about 10:30 in the morning, Sunday. July 5th. So if you're here watching, if you're watching this anytime in the future, you survived at least July 4th, 2026. A couple interesting sales so far that are going on for tomorrow. Another one that I just got. I mean, I could have waited and got, like $5 more, but I would be screaming blanks, waiting much longer to get the more money for it. It could happen, but I'll take a little bit that it was. Well, a little bit less than it was. But this one is not about 5 ounce. All right. So I looked. So this was in the dumpster. I've sold soap before. This one was in a dumpster, sealed, no barcode and no website. So that's got to give you an idea. It's made in USA, and 800 number. But not that I saw. I didn't see any batch numbers or anything on it. But it's not enough for me to really worry about. It's like $10, $12. Yeah, I could sell it, make that money, but oh well. And it's supposed to start raining pretty good here before too long. How do I know? Up and at it. Yep, exactly. Got up probably Saturdays and Sundays. I don't have an alarm. So just Monday through Friday at 7:50. It goes off at 7:50, and another one at 8:05. And if I'm not up at 7:50 to 8:05, I'm like, oh, got to get up. Very rarely will I sleep a little past that. But yeah, usually up around 8, Saturdays and Sundays, a tad later. But I just emptied that outside in one of the scrap bins. Move some more stuff around. But I'm going to be going to the yard tomorrow. So I dropped my wife and daughter off and daughter's boyfriend up here in Menor at the Civic Center. So where I was able to pull right into Civic Avenue, Road Drive, whatever it is, pull down on that road and just drop them off right in front of the courthouse. And the courthouse, fire department, police department, it's all right there. And the traffic was real easy. When they texted yesterday for me to go get them, like every road that would be convenient to pull down was blocked off for upwards, moreover, I want to say a mile, a half mile maybe. It was blocked all over the place. So that was a conniption to try to get all that. So I'm saying is like, hey, happy belated 4th. And I look over, and I saw 3. When I moved this, I saw 3 thummies. It's like, dude, I just fucking started. How do I have 3 thummies already? I put one on. And I see Yoda over here. That font is really small. Oh, thummy. But since after I dropped them off, I went, so the Civic Center, and when I leave there, I go 2, 3 more lights down, and I take a left, and then I'm right beside the business that has the ultrasound stuff. Well, I don't know if you've seen the other ones, but there's an ultrasound repair company right across, and then it's the same distance going this way from home as it is from here to that ultrasound as it is from that ultrasound to the Civic Center. So that's just on how compact, close everything is here. But I talked to them. They're like, yeah, I mean, if we ask that, we'll toss it in there. That's the stuff we're not going to use. Feel free to grab whatever you want because it's better for you to get it and make some money off of it because it's all recyclable stuff. Anyhow, so I go there and I stopped and I found 10 more of these monitors. And then I took the same route right down where I go at, and I found a whole bunch of other stuff. Another one of something that I'm going to end up getting more of these out of. And these are copper. So get those out of there. And just some other stuff that needs done. That has to be. I told myself while I was out there to get an aluminum can bin. So I can just toss. Well, I can just do that. So this bin, forgot about those monitors leaning up against this bin. It is a lot of aluminum, like these things here. These are aluminum. I forget what they're called. Tubings, housings for wire. I don't know how much is in here. And it's a lot of this aluminum wire. And aluminum cutouts. This golf buddy. Instructions, wire, clippy, all this. I don't know if it's worth keeping. Oh, it even has a little gel bezel. 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 Whatever, however you want to say it. If it works, golf buddy voice. If it works, and if it's $25-$30 or more, what's that? Some cord. So it's a lot of cans and a lot of little bits and pieces of aluminum, and then some other loose things. Like these are aluminum. Christmas lights. Let me turn these out. I don't know how long. Well, no, it'll be a longer video because I got all those monitors. So I take the little plastic thing off that has. I grab one. Probably all crazy. So after I take all these screws out, it doesn't take long. I mean, it looks like there's quite a few. This plastic part right here will snap off. I get this out. I get the high-end boards out of there. And I clip out all the wires and stuff. And all of this, besides this little glass, which is fairly thin. After I get all this aluminum off here, everything else underneath is all aluminum, besides like a little steel brace right here and right there. So this is probably 6 pounds, and I take out that's 5 pounds, and this is like $2-3 of aluminum. Now they're going to be getting some glass and plastic with it, but that's the aluminum. They don't care too much up at this yard. This thing, which I believe is steel. Yeah. I think they're still in the truck. They should be. Or they might be in the box where I was in that dumpster where I had my other snips at, my other snips. I'm not going to be doing a whole bunch of thicker cable cutting, so I don't need to worry about it right now. But yeah, I gotta get it situated now. So I'll be going in with quite a bit of aluminum. It won't be a lot of steel. It won't be as much bigger chunks of steel that I usually have. Like the amount of stuff that I have in the bins. It's going to be a lot more aluminum Oh yeah, then I got those crock pots. There are two identical crock pots. That are the cords, and then the interior is going to be aluminum. And the outside might be as well. See, that's how crappy these are. But since I'll be going tomorrow, wife gets back from work with the Escape, and I'll load that up. But go there with wire, the aluminum, and the steel junk. I really don't want to tempt. Well, no, daughter's upstairs. I thought she's coming down. She might, probably not while I'm doing all this. So these we just toss on that side. So steel. That's one of those things again. So I got a whole bunch of these. I'm gonna guess they're steel with a. All right. So what do we have here? So there was a meter at one time. These are old electrical meters. I don't know. Oh. And I am playing the Julian theory. That's disc 1. And then disc 2 is Laura Branigan's greatest hits. So if you like Laura Branigan, I just posted a short that happened to be kind of a serendipitous happy birthday. Somebody bought Self-Control on cassette. I'm like, oh, hold on a minute. I have Laura Branigan's CD in the CD player. And I played it, and then Self-Control came on. I like that song. And then later on, Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow came on, and that one has a great vocal range. So if you're into if you like Laura Branigan, her birthday was a couple days ago. I mean, she died 20-something years ago, which I looked up right before I started this video, and it was from a brain aneurysm. And if you do Facebook at all, I'll do generic self-promote. If you do Facebook at all, well, it's my channel. I'm talking about my Facebook page. I started a Facebook page for secondhand MediaMan. That's just a place where you can like photo dump if you wanted to. You can post a whole lot of stuff a day. I couldn't see myself. I can't see YouTube posts being one of those things to where, at least for me, to dump 6 different things on a given day, and then 2 days, in between 2 more days, you only drop one. I don't see YouTube. For me, I don't. Being a platform for that. And then Ramsey over at I Found You to Flip, we would just converse with my personal Facebook and email. I sent him something for his birthday, belated, but he kind of encouraged me a couple times, and I was like, "Nah, man, just not my gig." And I got bored one of those days when it was 100 degrees, and I made one. And I was like, "Oh, it's kind of easier because I can pop just this, that." I mean, I know they're steel, but things can look exactly like steel and not be steel. more aluminum wire. This thing, I hope, I was hoping it was solid brass. It's not. It's shiny steel. Now that's solid brass. I'd probably sell that for, what was it for? Shower or something. Shower head right there. Mowing something. I sold some Mowens. I bought a bunch of Mowen shower heads, like micro shower heads at the Habitat up here a while ago. I don't have any more of them. They're like, I don't remember, $3-4 a piece, and I probably bought 50 of them. And there was one that was like a tuner, and the other one was nickel, maybe. I don't remember. But they're like $40-50 a small shower head. So if you have like a multi-shower, they're kind of like more compact shower heads for the body showers, the full-size showers, whatever they're called. Gonna guess a chunk of, I mean, if they're stainless, that'd be great. No. All right. Aluminum. You gotta see what's in that. More aluminum. More aluminum. Well, I put that there. All right, so I don't know. So I got a bunch of these canned things, and you figure that they'd probably be something different than steel. I would think, just for food safety. But apparently, you're going to have stuff in jars for generations, and the lid of the jar is made of steel. That's plastic. Ooh, you got me there. You got me going. That is not. And that's going to be brass. Brass. Aluminum wire, and then it's just this. All right. So there's that, and so I made that Laura Branigan, and I put one on my Facebook thing, and then I made the short. As a matter of fact, it was like minute 40 or something originally, but YouTube was like, "Oh no, there's a lot of copyright music in there. You can make it under a minute if you want to." So I had to go in and really edit it down, because I really wanted to post it. And strangely enough, so put the steel back in this bin, and this will become the debris bin for a minute. So strangely enough, in the video that the short, well no, in the actual video, with 3 more of those monitors. Free ride. I mentioned in there something about the memory, and many years ago when I was when I was Yeah, YouTube was playing, right? And I was listening to music, trying to find something to do as I'm working, getting pictures, posting, what have you, whatever it may be. There was a playlist that came up, and it had I recognized the songs. I didn't recognize the artist. I hadn't heard Self Control in a while. I hadn't heard Gloria's more often than here, but I forgot that Laura Branigan played. So anyhow, I mentioned this kind of memory, this kind of recessed thinking thought. And I was like, I knew Laura Branigan. I'm talking about what I'm listening to like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, listening to the playlist. I know it. And then when I got done listening to that playlist, or maybe it was exactly during. Hopefully that's correct. Close valve. Valve key. Now it looks like copper. I'll find out. So it's just kind of weird on how that was, and I'm like, oh, and I start listening to more of those playlists, or I have throughout the years, and continue to, and I have this affinity, especially for Laura Branigan's voice, and I just never really knew why. Besides just being in the extremely awesome voice as it is, anyhow, I shouldn't have to question on why I like Laura Branigan's voice. So I make that post, or I make the short. And my dad, who's commented twice on some of my videos, maybe 3 times. Well, 4 if you include a couple from yesterday. Aluminum. Leave that plastic on there. I'm not going to fight for that. He wrote a comment in that short saying, "You listened to that all the time when we lived in Akron, or when he and Bobby and my stepsister Marcy, when they lived out there, they moved to Akron and that part in Highland Square, and maybe after Mom and Dad got divorced, maybe 85, 86, maybe 87, they moved. Dad is from Highland Square. My mom and dad are both from Highland Square. My dad's wife is from Portage County, the same area where I'm from, just a couple towns over. So Dad and his new wife, Bobby, that's not bad. They moved to Highland Square in maybe the mid-80s, maybe 86, 87, maybe somewhere right around there. And moved in 97. So during that time frame, the mid-80s up until late 90s, and I lived with my dad and there and like a year and a half, whatever it was. So that's the time frame when that's when he's referring to. Like, well, that may be why I have an affinity for. I just picked this up because it's heavy. They got a battery charger. And some UK power and international power. If I can yank this brass out, if not, then it just gets tossed in like that. So that could explain on why I can't, it's just barely enough where I can't read that. 10,000 milliamp hour, which is good because, it's always good to have battery packs. And this is, you are here. Away. Oh, okay, so this is all for this thing right here. And it's an Apple one. daughter's always breaking the ones. We ran out of cords that damn quick from all the ones I find in the trash. Ran out of cords that quick. Yeah, so aside of this little right here, I got to crush down those cans, do some more. Yeah, I actually have. Going a whole other way. That one right there. It's about half, not quite half full. There's a bunch more cans in that bin, and then I got a whole other bag full. I mean, I'm not one of those full-time scrappers, but it's called the wall peanut. All right, so maybe I'll just keep this. Well, look it up too. Maybe if it's a special collector's one or something. Instead of cutting it up. In Golf Buddy. Reminds me of Gas Buddy. That does not have the brass color. So I thought that was pretty interesting that, you see, that's soft. It's copper. Copper. That's all right. So for comparison, that was yellow. Now it's kind of a white color, white yellow. It's a dark kind of yellow. It may even be the red, copper red. Same thing with this one here. Those copper. I don't think that would be a copper gold. We'll go with brass. That's more likely copper. If anything, it's going to just go in a whole bunch of number 2, number 3, or whatever it is. Brass. Oh, these things. I'll open this up. So I used to sell cufflinks. This looks like it might be Pierre Cardin. I used to sell cufflinks, and not a whole lot. I would sell cufflinks. And tie clips and stuff, but mainly a lot of ties. So these are kind of pretty. However, they are difficult to identify. Looks like there's writing on the stem, or, you know, a hallmark or a brand or something on the stem. And if they are the, what is this? Calvin? If they're worth something cool, if not, they'll get tossed in with brass. No. If I can identify them, if they're worthwhile, if I can identify them, likely that'll tell me on the brand. And then the value. And then I can learn to see what kind of material they are. If they're 10K gold, then all the more better. If they're coated stainless, and that's it. Find out. But that's why I like the cufflinks and stuff, because a lot of them usually turned out to be pretty good. So, everyone's still here. Got some Richards. These are Richards lineman cutters, pliers, slicers. None exactly. They're Richards model 210283 maybe. So I just typed in Richards 21 pliers or cutters, and they don't sell a super. They do sell. Yeah, I mean, I want to tear peek at some. There's specific models that are now that sell for new ones $100, $150. This is a used pair, and even some used pairs have sold for like $80 to $100. And I bought them for $3 at the Habitat. You know, I used to sell not a whole lot because I never really found good tools. rest in there, and I could crack them open, but I'm not going to do all that extra work for that. That's plastic anyhow. So I told my wife that I thought it was kind of interesting that my dad lurks my YouTube, which is fine, you know, just keeping tabs. I haven't seen him in at least 10 years. At least. So when I go to board sort next week, my birthday's next week, for anyone keeping tabs, I will be a ripe 48. I don't look like I'm almost 48. I mean, I can take care of my body a little better. That dental bill isn't cheap, but take care of my physical body better. Stop drinking those sugar-free sodas. I never really drank soda before, until I had implants done. And I have implants, like, well, now I don't have to worry about my natural teeth decaying. Yeah, that was to a point to where it was, a lot of them were still really good. A lot of them were going to need quite a bit of work, and then there's going to be more continual maintenance. And over the span of maybe 10 years, I'd probably spend $20,000, and then I still have more years with natural teeth after that, and then it will just cost more and more and more to repair the stuff that, what's an option? Dentures, implants, or no teeth at all, but you don't want to do the latter. So take care of my body a little more. That was the moral of that story. And this is going to have a whole... So I was sitting there and I went quiet for a minute, concentrating, and it just reminded me I just got a comment on a video, like something I, as a reseller getting into electronic scrapping, you gotta have chat. And chat only shows up on a playback if people write something in chat. Nobody writes anything. So that is actually a gold board. I can see gold right here. You want to think it. If it's not, then it's just so little that it's not going to mean anything. There's at least a gold connector in. Get these things separated, put in there. And then get to those monitors. Yeah, Julianne Theory came across 2 of these CDs, or 2 of the same copy inside the CD of what the case it was supposed to be. And I sold one for like 10, 11 bucks, listed it, and it sold like a couple days. It's not an expensive CD, but it sold quick. And this one is called Emotion is Dead. This could be more aluminum. So as long as somebody writes something in chat during, if anybody wants to play the live stream back, if there is no, that's way heavy. Yeah, those are aluminum. That's heavy because of that, but this is way heavy. Oh. I mean, it's not heavy or it's not light like aluminum. Coming off like a white brassaroonie. By the time that I see something in chat over something that I said, I have no idea what I just said. So these ones need to be stripped down. So I got to get the stripper for that, so I'm not going to bother cutting that off right now. More work for another day. That one's already stripped down. So this copper right here would be a number 2, and it's at least at the yard when I went there like a month ago. It's 380. Number 1 is like 410 or 420, and bare bright was like 480. So just any type of copper is going to be pretty much $4 a pound. It's got to be stripped. It needs to be stripped down. And then the bare bright's going to be more. Most of this stuff is going to be bare bright besides that. Cut it down. It's a whole other day, Roger. My new baton. My new nightstick. No, just kidding. This is steel pipe. See, it's getting dark now. I feel too compact in here. All these bins and these monitors. Move some of this stuff around and get to those monitors. And I can take these damn gloves off. Oh, there's the rain. This box right here, computer motherboards. I mean, I have 3 other bins. This entire bin that's right here is nothing but, it's all it is high peripheral boards. Some better blue boards in there. A lot of stuff with gold flashing. And that gold flashing, or those high peripheral boards, I have a whole stack of, there's all going to be taken out are those. If you can see, It's got the gold spots and dots and stuff and gold flashing on it. So I will cut out the IC chips that I can cut out, because those IC chips are like $14 a pound. Cut out the tantalum capacitors. Just pop those off. Like that one I could have taken out right there, but it's too small to really worry about. But there's better pieces on those boards that are going to be taken apart. Derek, that's all it is. It's talk. You don't get anything done. Then after this CD is Laura Branigan. Let me grab the phone and actually look up what these things are. This is one of those when you think the song is over. Right on the bare foot, George. Thanks. Yeah, up and edit. My confined life and structure in a small apartment. Doing what I do to make those ducats. As those kids would say if you played, what was that? San Andreas? Vice City? Give me those ducats. It's humid. So, either way. Well, I went to order, so I get to see maybe this repeat buyer for that X Factor CD that I bought before. Sold. They sell for like $30. They're listed for like $100, but the highest ones that ever sold are the ones I sold for $30. So again, I wonder if that's the same buyer. 6 offers to send out. So I run the sales that I do twice a year. So it ends tomorrow morning. So people who see that, it has that sense of urgency. So I'll be sending out more offers during this time frame. That Taylor Swift, well, she just got married, so a lot of her stuff is. I sent. This is probably the 3rd or 4th offer I've sent out with something Taylor Swift, and this is a sealed, the Big Machine, her self-titled. That's about it's over $180, and it has the 3 hype stickers. And I sold those before for a couple $100. Don't find sealed Taylor Swift often, but it's that self-titled one, especially like the Target exclusive. All right, so let's look up Golf Buddy. I don't want voice 2, this is voice 1. So if I'm going to type in -2, so any of the results that are going to come up is just going to be Golf Buddy voice. And I don't even know what category. Consumer electronics, maybe, golf. Batteries. It's so human. So minus battery. So you can do this in the app. If you just type in minus, and then just make sure that first letter or whichever, it won't work for any symbols. The first number or first letter, you use the symbol hyphen, and then the letter. And then spell out whatever word you want. Whatever word you don't want to be in your search title. I'm just going to go use, because that narrows it down to 12. There's hats. 40 bucks ish. Everything but the wristband. Everything but the girl. Don't take the girl. So just the, looks like just the face of it is 30 bucks. So assuming it works without the band, it has a little gel, just doesn't have the band. It's got the charger and everything in a box. 40 to 45 bucks. 50 bucks. Assuming it works, $350. So I was mistaken on the title for this stream. I was mistaken. Well, it is a free 50 bucks, and everything else is even more free. I got that for free. So I paid free for that, and I got all the other stuff for free. And then this wall peanut. Well, that's definitely going to be used, so we will go with that. 37 used, so that's a whole better than 300 results. Wow. Someone has just the trimmers for like 25 bucks. Yeah. I mean, at the lowest with 74 results without doing any hyphen, but used. The peanut is 22, and then it goes to 25. And about 30 bucks. So if that works, there's that. That kind of stuff right there, yeah. If it's 25, 30 bucks for things like this, and I get it from the trash, sometimes even 20. Oh, yeah. And I got, this is interesting. So I deal in physical media. Fortunately, that was sealed because it has most likely Amsoil on it. So this is Amsoil product training tape. This is very, very specific esoteric stuff. This would, strangely enough, talking about my dad, this would be something kind of down his alley. He would know a lot about this stuff. The Amsoil wise, not, well, cassettes maybe, but the Amsoil. He's been in the automotive business for 50 years. And in parts and service and management, operations and sales and fleet management and the whole, like regional management, and then eventually he ended up working for a company that took him out to California and Hawaii. He would fly from Ohio to Hawaii all the time. He may still. He works for a really big Nissan dealership out that way. Well, he did. Like, he looked over, I don't know, 100 different dealerships from the same dealership chain. So, yeah, he would know about Amsoil cassette. And then there's also, this came from that same dumpster where I got this, where I got those aluminum rims. You probably can't see them. But I got this cool Gates Zippo from that dumpster, and some old, like old 70s car stereos and stuff. They're in a parts not working lot, and they get attention. $100. G31. No exact matches because it's going to be so absolutely esoteric. That it's going to take just that one person who just wants that one thing who would have to know about it. Nada. Amsoil set. Music cassettes. Okay. So AMS, space, oil. Rare oil, gold, gas. That is not it. That was 114 for 38 farther down the road cassette tape lot. So that's not this. I'm not gonna dig up all the history I need to know. I need to know about this specific thing on a live stream when it's about taking these things apart. But a couple interesting things from the realm of the automotive industry. And take my opinion or not, oil is just not oil. Good oil is good oil for a reason. Adding an additive is going to do you less harm than what it would be if you didn't add it. Especially with today's technology in the oils and the detergents and the emulsifiers and the esters and everything that helps bind with the metal that will perform better at a better viscosity, at a higher temperature. That other molecules in it will open up and kind of break down if the oil gets way too hot. So the technologies are a lot better in the oil. Use good oil. The only thing you do of the good fluid that you use good oil and make sure you have the proper ratio of coolant to antifreeze. For someone who doesn't really work on cars, but I've learned that run good oil. Run it oil. So that is what this part right now is going to be about, is me taking apart hopefully all of these. It's raining, so it's not like I can go outside if I want. And since I'm going to the yard tomorrow, I might as well accumulate as much as I can, especially aluminum, because I got some big 1/4-inch aluminum runs. Right by those aluminum pans, you probably can't see it. These are like 1/4-inch runs, and each one's like, I probably have, I don't know how much weight I have in aluminum. $130, $140. Because this backing right here is aluminum. And then pretty much the entirety of everything else that's in here is aluminum minus the boards. Give me a minute, Roger. I'll get to it. So yes, I could get a little more, 10 cents more a pound, if I clip out the sizes that are big enough to be gold connectors. And sell the gold connectors. Take this out. A couple of little ICs I can deal with. More Branigan playing. Look at that. No, I knew, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I knew that there was some reason why I just kind of gravitated toward when I heard Branigan again, really paying attention-wise, intentionally not looking for Branigan, but looking for 80s music, and I heard Branigan playing. I knew, well, at that point, I didn't realize it was her. It's like I rediscovered Branigan. I'm like, there's got to be a freaking reason why I'm infatuated. with her voice. And a lot of her works. My dad let me know that yesterday and commenting in my short. Yeah, because he used to listen to this. And he even said it's Bobby, his wife. Bobby's fave. I'm like, oh, okay, well. That explains a lot. So we can see here, this is aluminum. This is going to be aluminum. Or that one's not. Dog it. So that's going to go in as good board. Good board. Perfect. What was that? Sit, boo-boo, sit. Yeah, I can't talk during, as I'm unscrewing a different story, but if I'm sitting there and I'm using snips and cutters and stuff, that little bit of lack of concentration, and next thing you know, I got a lot less finger on my body. So that's a gold flash board. So I'll just stay like that, so I can get that extra tape weight. So you can see all that gold on that. Well, let me cut this down. Cut me down into pieces. Whew. 75 degrees in here, but that humidity, There you go. You can see all that gold, right? So, I don't even think I had 7 in here. Cool, thanks. Let me refresh this chat. Same result. Second burst, same as the first. So there's no talent on that. But these gold boards, high peripheral boards, I think they're $5.75 a pound, right? This weighs nothing, but I've got 200 pounds of these boards. And then different types of boards and motherboards and RAMs and sockets. And I was taking a whole bunch of these apart. Well, those are tantalums. So I still have a couple more in here. So this is all just stuff I get from the dumpsters here and the little local routes. I've been cutting out these gold BCG or LG chips or whatever they're called. But my blade is too dull now for me to actually get under there. I got as much use out of that blade as I could. I have more. But these CPUs, right? This is all computer CPUs and stuff in here. Like this old AMD from '95. These ones, I think, on board sort are $325 a pound. That's an older one. I don't know if this exact one. This is still it's a 66 megahertz. So that would be in that time frame. So it was 3366. Then you had like the 120s, 122, 130, 133. Then you could turbo to 166. That's from that time frame. Those are the chunky gold ones. That's why that stuff was expensive, because of all the gold that was used. And can't forget about capitalism. Is that expensive because of capitalism? Because I got something that you don't, and everybody else wants it. More other people will pay money for it. And then after a while, the production cost is going to go down a lot. And then more people will be able to afford it. And then technology, because of that technology that we just made, we could teach that technology to be more to do work for us, to where we can learn on how to make this technology better and more efficient and cheaper, to where more people can learn how to use it. You know, the positive runaway effect. So typically I wouldn't do that with these. But that's glass. I'm not going to break that. But this whole thing will go in as aluminum. I mean, I'm taking in well over 100 pounds of different aluminum, cast, dirty, clean, tin shred, the generic tin, extruded, doesn't matter the aluminum. It's 50 cents a pound. So my nice KitchenAid microwave, like a $2,000-$3,000 microwave I got at another thrift store for $50. It's heavy. It's like 80 pounds. It's heavy. But that's probably 3 pounds. I mean, it's $1.50 in aluminum. So each one of these, after taking it all apart, this is the song More Branigan. That Celine Dion did this song. So I'm going to turn this one up. Oh, no. Poppin'. All right, go back in here. Not damaged. So if anyone is still ramming jamming, if you can hear, when I'm playing music and I'm doing a what's sold or source video, the speaker goes on the other side of the wall in the hallway part that I'm at, and it's recessed. It goes up. And so I point the speaker tweeter side toward the toward the corner, and then the woofer just that way. And then if I point it like that, or if I point it toward or up toward that recess, that acts as a natural sound chamber. So it's louder, and you can. It's like it's strange on the acoustics that's right there. Right here, it doesn't turn out super well pitched. I mean, it turned out good, but in that little recess, it sounds so much better. Serendipity. I didn't know that that'd be a really, really good place to put a speaker for good sound. It kind of serendipitous that it turned out, well, I mean, I knew it did by other bands I've listened to, but when I heard Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow, that turned out really good. That's why I was like, wow, in the video, because I was in awe on how well it's picked. Plus, it's more Branigan. And yeah, in the 90s, I listened to all kinds of people. I listened to Celine Dion, Mariah Carey. Whitney Houston. I guess being able to hit those notes is what makes singers more famous. I guess that's probably why opera is so exciting and sombering at the same time. That completely defeated me doing that. Well, this is her greatest hit, so I don't know when this was released and who covered whose. And since she died in 2004, the singing people I just mentioned were around in 2004. Well, I've taken these apart before because I took apart like 10 of them a couple weeks ago. And a couple more. Oh. All right, well, that's going to make it easier to remember these ones. Make your mistakes early. So I cut the IC off that one. So this one in here, this one's going to be all aluminum. So I take this board out, that one, and the rest is all aluminum. I don't have to take anything out. So I could try to get like these little steel bars right here, but who's counting? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little boards. It's like the start of a kid song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little boards. 5, 6, 7, 8 little boards. And this must be stainless. Or like the 10 aluminum. Either way, it's not going to be any more than what its actual weight is in the aluminum. It's not brass. It's too malleable, too easy to move. So I'll save these cut those down. Yeah, I can feel that humidity hit my skin. But open sliding door in rain is a lot better than a closed sliding door. Me sweating in here because the HVAC and the ventilation is so horrible. I'll take an open door in rain in the beginning of July any day. It beats almost dead. So cut that IC out, and while I'm at it, since that one's right there, I'll cut that one out. But that's going to be a high-grade board. So ultimately, what is each one of these is maybe $4, $5 total value taken apart, and you got all the scrap with the scrap plastic, really, and a little bit of nuts and bolts and stuff. That stuff's only 9 cents a pound. You got the ICs, which it's not going to add. If I cut the ICs off of all these boards, it's going to be like $2 of IC. But this board is like 5 something a pound, and these ICs are like $12, $13, $14 a pound. So it takes no time, and then like this little wire will stay on there. I mean, I can take it off, put it in gold connector, and it doesn't matter. But now, is that aluminum? And that one is actually bigger than this other one. Wow. All right, so this gives you an idea on when these were made. February 2024. So a lot of these boards that's going to be in this stuff, this looks like it's 2025, May of 2025. It might be, it's difficult to see that last part. But a lot of these ultrasound machine, a lot of this stuff it's not old. So I take that board out and this board out. So I believe that this one is also a gold board. This is like points like this when I'm concentrating with Sharpie things. I don't want to be talking. So, I mean, for the 6 people that are here, thanks. I don't know if you got fed over here from my Facebook or from whichever. But my main gig, I sell physical media, CDs, DVDs, books. And during my free time, which is quite a bit of it, in comparison to what other time I could be spending, but my free time, I started scrapping this year. It's kind of nice because there's a ultrasound machine repair place right down the road from me. Like not even, it's probably a mile. I mean, if it wasn't for the all the tracks and little creek and stuff that's right behind here, I could walk straight this way, straight north, and I would end up in that road, or that parking lot where that place is at. So I have a little IC here, tantalum's right there. I can take those off. Tantalum IC, but that's a gold board. I try to get that in there, but so most of all these circuit boards that I get, so that's all aluminum in here. It's backing, and then there's going to be another layer underneath all that. This is all aluminum. Underneath this is aluminum. So I could try to. I don't think I can. Yeah, because then I'm just going to end up breaking all the glass. Easily breakable glass in a hospital, unless you're in the right spot. Put that in as ribbon cable. Ribbon cable is $1.65 a pound. So what? That's two. Speaking of broken glass, so there's other variations of flat screens. It's called Logic with a Q. So these are really good peripheral boards, right? With all these connectors right here, and the USB, VGA, another USBs over here, HDMI, different type of USB, the JRSB, another USB. These are the better ones. I mean, real small, but this is the stuff that they throw out. And it takes me, what, 5-10 minutes to take one of these apart? I think. This is another song I think my dad was referring to. Oh yeah, and then this Michael Bolton. You know what? I bet you there's nothing underneath that brace. So just take this part off. Yeah, I can feel that humidity. Definitely better than it was. And they kind of do the same thing, this ultrasound repair place. Except for we're taking apart a lot bigger machines. I mean, they do a lot of other medical stuff. And if it's not worth it for them to try to repair, to sell in the aftermarket, in the afterlife, screwing up zippers, I think. But if they can repair it and make good money off of, all the other stuff that they were adding in order for that repair, they repair it and sell on the aftermarket. This little stuff, these little monitors like this, they're so expendable. For a hospital to buy a new detachable monitor for something, it's nothing. But for a hospital, I have to spend $80,000 on a brand new machine, XYZ machine. Yeah, it's better to buy something refurbished for 20 grand, whatever. I don't know the exact pricing and math and reason, but this little stuff just doesn't make sense. So this could be another one that's all aluminum. So for that brace, this only has a couple of screws on. That'll be easy to completely take apart. And have some of this He-Man tape on it. Man, this tape is something else too. I don't think, yeah, so that's not even on there. Oh, that is, okay. Bastard. And I don't remember the other 3Ds that are after this one. I think I still even made, I don't remember. See, it's the damn He-Man tape. You get stuck out there, Bruce? Rigby? It's that thing right there. I don't want to use these either. Well, a little tedious work right there. I mean, I can take a guess. I mean, I know it's going to be a high-end board, but it's not going to be a whole lot. Is it really worth the $2? That's not that bad. Got you, He-Man. Figured you out. Yeah, that's a gold board for sure. It's Kappa, but that's still a peripheral board. Sometimes those risers and spacers can be aluminum or brass. What, Bruce? Ribbon cable. What are you doing today? Taking apart flat screen monitors and jamming a Laura Branigan? So if you're here, 5, I don't know why there's still 5. But stick around, listen. I mean, when I do these, I'm not really talking about like complete breakdown of the technology and what this board is and what it does, and like all of this here. So I mean, all I'll ever mention is like I'll take off these cannulums. 1, 2. These little ICs will stay down there, but this one right here I'll cut that. And that's it. And that board will be ready for processing. That's a perfect old high grade, high level, super duper 2000. Same thing with those ones, but some of those can be better because of the quantity of the gold in it. This is a much better board. It's a rigid, I don't want to say it's like a light black. Almost like a mahogany black. I don't know, I can see the black now. But that is that board. So obviously you can see the gold on that. And that's steel. These are brass. I'd check them, to think if they were brass. Those aren't. And they have a corner retraction anyhow. So that was no. And we have this board on here. Oh, that looks like the gold all over that looks like something that would be in cyberpunk. Lucky one. That has a couple little ICs I could cut off there, but those are really small. So there's that gold board. And then from here on out, all the boards are just going to look exactly the same because I got 10 more of the ones I did just before this. So welcome to the rainstorm. So you just keep peeling all that down. I mean, I could have just sent it in as it was before. That's just a plastic on that one. Keep that one on there. See, that was a lot of little extra plastic. something hiding under here. No, but yes. And that's where the light bar is. A little extra chunk of aluminum. Let's take a breather. Take a rain breather. To directly answer that, new. Well, you're the one who asked the question, right? So I am just processing out the ICs, and I've got other bins of like all different types of medical boards and stuff. So I'll process out some of the components, the tantalum and the ICs off of a lot of them. If they're these higher, better grade stuff, then I take off what I need to take off, and then I'll drive down to board sort, and I'll sell them 400 pounds of boards. I probably have about probably 300 right now pounds of different things that end up going to them. So I don't depopulate everything and process down with all the chemicals or however that's done. I sell the boards. That word process has a lot of meanings in the realm of scrapping and stuff. But there are people who process the boards down and they get all that. So like something like that, yeah, that would be, and I've got way other, there's a whole bin that's right, where am I pointing? Where bit's that? Hey. There. You barely see some boards. But I got 2 more bins filled with those these medical grade boards of all different types of things. And there are some that are just real compact there's a lot of gold on it. That'd be great to be able to process those down. But I guess me doing this is like I'm the backyard mechanic doing the few things, and I go take it to the master mechanic. They do the rest. But yeah, I'll cut the ICs off, the tantalum off, the yellow and black tantalums off, the diodes. If it's a junk board, I will take out exposed copper, exposed brass. If it's if it's a bad board but it has a USB connection, I'll rip that off right there and I'll toss it in with the gold-plated ends. But there's some processing that I'm not even gonna like. Usually, I would leave like these little ICs on there. Stuff about that size and bigger. Those are the ones that I cut out. I don't bother with those little ones because it's not a whole lot. You don't get a whole lot. Process a lot of boards for those ICs, and you don't get a whole lot. But it's worth way more than the board is. So process components. So there's tantalums in here, chips, gold VGA chips in here, computer chips, laptop chips, the CPUs. The collection of ICs. Well, that's about $40 in ICs, but it's a lot better than keeping it all on board. And I've got RAM and the Wi-Fi cards and the motherboards and stuff like that. I have my stuff separated. I talked to Chris, a couple times. First time he said, if you have the patience, by the way, on how, what I was asking is like, it sounds like you want to learn. Keep watching videos, keep learning, and have it separated as best as you can, because we know when people take the initiative to separate, and they'll go through the bins after they're already better separated. So now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. 9 of these to do. And I'm taking apart 3 in an hour and a half. Well, I mean, I'm talking. Slows me down a little. Trying to say you don't know how to think? And then at the end, I mean, since all the boards I'm keeping are right here. And then all these wires I have to cut down, cut that little bit of brass or a little bit of copper off. But I can weigh up all the boards that I get, kind of see on what it was actually, what it turned out to be. So let's see, it is 1:30, almost 1:38, hour 38. Take a sip, starts us at 1:39. I said 9. Another screw hits the floor. Another screw hits the floor. Then another one down. Warrior. No, no. So you can see on the knife, pretty gold on this board. So all these boards are going to be just like this. There's no way someone who can't sing, me, can match more Branigan pies. I tried. The rest that's going to say is aluminum. 39.44. Just hit 44. So 5 minutes. Take apart $4. Whatever. That's a buck, maybe. Maybe buck and change. Assuming this is going to register correctly. That's a third. I don't know. Got grams, kilograms. It weighs a whole lot less than I thought. 1 ounce. So, not even 50 cents. My mathing may be mathing wrong. Well, no. What? See, it's not going to read right because it's on that pad. Three ounce. That's better. Yeah, I think that's it for that. 3 ounces. So a buck. I've done this before. I was like, that's not making sense. And then assuming that these are sold as this. Assuming it's as this. 3 pounds, 3 ounce. So at least $1.50 in aluminum. So that's $2.50. Maybe $3. Give or take some off change. Stuff I got for free that takes 5 minutes to take apart. Minus all the other time, if we're only going with the money, 12 goes free is $36 an hour, right? For free ship. Or you just take a whole bunch of them. Can't forget about the wire. You need little itty bitty screws. Can't forget about that. So 5 minutes, and it's fairly quick. Let's just say it was 5 minutes. It landed on 5 minutes pretty fairly. Oh yeah, the bolt connector ends. So yeah, at least $4. And let's see, that's marginal high. So it takes 5 minutes to get $4, $3 to $4 of scrap out of it. And there's people who can process it down faster than that. So you get in 4 minutes. And if it's only $3, there's more of those 4 minutes in that hour. It's still $30 an hour. It takes shit work. With me? Oh. I went off on a more tangent. I have a few things in circuit boards. Oh, wow. I can't really guide you. I can tell you that if you can identify the boards, and if you don't know if they work, if they're in a machine, if it's able to fire up, and you can pretty much ascertain that that board was functioning. If something's not working right, then disclose that. But even at that, some boards of those, whatever they may be, some boards can still be complete. Can still be $100, $200, $500,000, thousands and thousands of dollars. All depends on the board. Now, if you're going to sell as complete, this is a whole bunch of boards, and if you know what different grades are, if you're familiar with board sort and the quality of the different grades and the flashings and stuff, if you're at least familiar, put that in your title and put some description in. Marketplace, I don't do much on I have a TV. I have a 2006 Magnavox side speaker flat screen TV on Marketplace. That's all I have to do with that. If you live near Ohio, there are other companies that buy circuit boards. If you live near one, you can always try. But Board Sort is in just outside of Canton, Ohio. So you seem new here. So I'm in Northeast Ohio. I'm in Menor. My parents are from Highland Square in Akron, and Canton right below that. So Alliance is where Board Sort's at. If you can drive somewhere, it makes a lot more sense to have it sorted. I don't know your experience selling or experience in boards, but if you've got a lot of really good government equipment boards, I'd look them up. There may just be collectors and refurbers, people who want to curate different things for purpose of display. But my point of doing this is you can see that me just getting this aluminum of these boards and just the rough mapping right here, the amount of that I can take by a straight tear down on one of these translates to like $30 an hour. So it's tedious work for aluminum and circuit boards, but I can average even $20 an hour taking it. Why not? For free, spare time. It's not my full-time gig. I sell 100K in mostly physical media a year on eBay. So this is something I took up on in winter because it was winter and I wasn't going to look at it, but got that heat wave done. But tomorrow I got to go to the yard, go sell a bunch of stuff, a bunch of this aluminum, bits and pieces just to make room in here again, make room out there. But I got aluminum rims, aluminum walkers, things that are just bulky, not really. A big printer, like an 80-pound printer. Just toss that straight in with the shred. Mini fridge that I just took the copper out, the compressor out yesterday. So there's a lot of options on how to get rid of that stuff. If you're patient and you can box stuff up right, and you still want to use anti-static bags just to make sure. If you have the anti-static bag, especially if it's like a $50 board, that's up to you. If it gets or it's not, whatever, that's up to you. Plus, there's different ways how to get rid of boards, and there's buyers of the stuff. The darker, the blacks, blues, you can see some red boards, but most of the green and the browns, like the sea green, the lighter the shade, not so better it is. But a lot of that computer stuff, the blue boards, is mainly computer, mainly that I've seen. I can't take that 100%. The reason why it's blue, it's because it's only computer. I don't know, but that's just what I've noticed. And I'm sure that there was a reasoning behind that, and it's probably stuff, and there probably is. I mean, I used to deal with electronics a while ago, decades ago. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know what you know about the boards or the components on the boards that's worthwhile for you to take it apart or to take those components off because you have a method or an avenue on how you can get rid of. But you can take like the ICs off. But if you're gonna take that off, and then you're gonna try to sell the boards on eBay. eBay is gonna be your ultimate avenue for it. You probably won't get as good as return on the boards because they have the ICs off out of it. People are after that. People are after the things that have more gold contact, and board buyers know. I'm not a board buyer, but I can tell you about going through, and this is just one avenue, one market, one financial market, one business, one industry that has boards for something. Every freaking industry has boards for something. They're all going to vary in quality. And density. But if you've got leftovers, you're not doing anything with it now. It's just going to be worth more later. If I had more room, yeah, I would stack up thousands of pounds. Yeah, I'll just throw in a fucking truck and just go grab it all at one time. But I am in a little apartment up here in Northeast Ohio. 2-bedroom, 2-story, 900 square feet. But it's a very, very ideal locale place. Exact little area. She said she'd be my world. She said she'd be my man. I can't be this way. It's said she'd be my world. Said she'd be my world. What? Bruce? Hey! What? You found the only way out to get really back here. Now you're running your pipe. All over my plate. Yeah, I hear you, Bruce. What are you talking about? Bruce? Hey. What are you talking about? Now you gotta crawl under there. Okay, go get your food. January 2019, so this is an older one. Identical gold board. This hard thing to do. Oh no. I don't want to get any pokey in there. That's bad. So that's all aluminum. Just that glass that's underneath. Underneath here, big plastic aluminum. Well, if you're paying me the same for clean aluminum, dirty aluminum, you're gonna get some fucking plastic. Plus, I got a whole bunch of clean aluminum and cast aluminum that I toss in there. Nice cast aluminum. Looks like the rain show. Don't that one of my feet. Yeah, move, Bruce. I gotta get some board monitor. Bruce, go. No. Right. Well, usually you're not all squirmy. Hello, remember all the other people who just came in. That was a big little swoop. I already did the calculation. I'm taking these apart for about $4 in value. And in a pretty much non-restricted time, it takes me 5 minutes to take one of these apart. You do that. I got these for free. As I do with the stuff that I get that I scrap. A couple things I've actually bought because they were just a return. Like I bought 11 pounds of brass pulls, door pull, cabinet pulls, handles from the Goodwill up here for $8. They just put it out. It was just went on the shelf and I saw it. I'm like, oh wait. I saw it. I was like, yep. So that's $25 in brass. Couple things I bought. One thing I took apart, it was like some IBM, some like Secretariat is what it was, something like that. It was like a telephone recorder to paper. I took it apart. They barely even sold. I paid like $6 for it. Probably $15 of scrap metal after I took it apart. No, maybe not that much. But all this other stuff I get for free. And I end up with a lot of good circuit boards. Some basic stuff is outside. It's covered up. It's outside in the rain, but it's covered up. Other bins and good boards. And I don't live too far. Well, not quite an hour and a half, but well over an hour to board sort from where I'm at. Now 8 people. All right, so that's what I do. I sell physical media on eBay. In free time, I go to a couple dumpsters around here where I live at. Spend 3 miles, again on the gas because of the idle and so on and so forth, but 3 miles round trip, come back with a bin or 2 or 3 of scrap, take it apart, sell it. Taking these apart, averaging like $30 an hour. And the time that I can take to do it, and how much value it's worth. And I'll pick up aluminum cans all the time. Crush them up, put them in bags. I go to the yard, whenever I go to the yard, at least once a month. And I'm taking in $15 in aluminum just by cans. It's all free time. It's my money. Let me use it when I need it. That was like some trust recovery lawyer firm commercial back in the day. It's your money. Use it when you need it. Boom, 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 boom. So, you just kind of entered my vlog lifestyle, if you will. I never wanted to be a vlogger. Actually, I thought vlogging was cool when it was kind of a thing in the early 2000s. Because there was blogging, which is just writing, and then you could vlog. And there was different, I forget all the sites. But you could like go on these sites and you could just, your daily, it's just called day-to-day lifestyle. Daily lifestyle is what it's dubbed now as, I guess. But I thought those vloggers, I used to watch a RC one for like RC cars, like one of the first ones that I just remember. I was like, oh man, I had some RC cars. Now, if the power goes out across the world, we are fucked. So write your congressman, tell them to help improve the power infrastructure. Yeah, it takes a little work to get to these boards. It takes a little bit of work to get to the boards. No, but I've taken plenty of these apart already. The first couple times, if you got a whole bunch of stuff, the first couple times, kind of learn what you have to do. So that's, this right here. So that goes in as aluminum. This is all aluminum frame underneath here, and underneath that. I mean, they're going to get a lot of glass and stuff. You're not going to like it. But pay me more to separate it, and I'll separate it. Take it apart. Well, for that matter, just give me a little less. Victim number 6, I think. One, two, three. I think there's 4 more, 5 more with this. We'll do a couple of them. You just kind of learn the best practice on how to take it apart and take it apart quicker. So if you get LED monitors, otherwise other types of monitors, let's say Asus, I don't know all the companies that make it, LG, Samsung, Asus, Apple might have a better interior, better frame and structure and all that. But most of the time they're going to be steel. So likely when people are tossing out monitors, a lot of scrappers will pass them up. It's taken apart. Doesn't have an extra value in it. These are better medical ones. So if 80%, 90% of your weight can either be 80% of the weight could be aluminum or it could be steel and plastic. That's a big difference. And I mean, it was 3 pounds, right? So it'd either be 30 cents or that same 3 pounds, I'm getting $1.60. That makes sense to do like that in mass. So I watched this other channel called Abyssal Detective. He has a couple of channels. He does like the iceberg. The iceberg is like a skull. He did one yesterday about lost media. Media that's, it's out there, but or it existed at one time. It probably still does, but it existed at one time. And he brought up the shooting of Brandon Lee. That exact footage is it's on video. It's on, or it was. At least got put on tape one time. Nobody's ever, well, a few people have seen it. But where it's at now, who knows? So Interstate Love Song was a song in the movie The Crow. That's what made me think of that. Because I stay attuned to those things that happened in the 90s. Good on, Bruce. You paid $1 a pound for that tape. So it's staying on there. Workers are always good. So a lot of these reports have to process down by next week. But hopefully throughout the week, this coming week, until Monday or Tuesday when I go down to board sort, it might be a little later. Well, my birthday's that week, so it doesn't matter when I go. It's not like I have to go on a certain day. I just chose then. I think I chose then weeks ago or a month ago or whenever for other reasons. But it doesn't have to be any. I want to go when it's cooler. But we'll see on what it's like then. Play it by ear, as some folk will say. I'll cook this pig. I mean, I already did the timing once. You got to go back to 1 hour and 39 minutes in the stream. When I started, and I ended at 144. It almost one. Yeah, it was 144. Just roll over like 144.08. 5 minutes to take one of those apart. And they're at minimum $3 a pound, or $3 for each one that I took apart at minimum. That's including the boards and the aluminum weight that I'll get for it. That doesn't include the gold ends or the wire. So at least $3. 5 minutes. $36 an hour. Take apart that stuff. And then in the trash as well, I got this here. I get a lot of breakers and things like that because there's a generator installer. So I got a whole bucket of 50-something circuit breakers. What's going on with that? Oh, but just also looking about, and so this little wall peanut shaver thing, it's like $30. You got a 10,000 milliamp or watt hour or whatever it is, milliwatt hour battery pack thing, and a golf buddy, and these are like $40, $50 from the trash, right? So that stuff I'll also, and then the stuff links, and other stuff I find in the trash. But I primarily go to thrift stores and buy physical media, CDs, DVDs, books, computer media, software, old computer, any kind of stuff, primarily disc media. If they hold the value of $12, $15, I'm going to pay you buckets and tunes and less. Buy it, bring it home, list it, sell it. That's my life. And then I travel a couple miles round trip and I find stuff like this I can take apart and make $400, $500, $600 extra bucks a month during free time. But there's no time is free. We're all moving in the fourth dimension. Yes, indeed. But gotta pay bills. Gotta keep people alive so we can figure out why we're the only things out there in the entire universe. Fucking why? Now we know, man. Why are we the only ones? I'll get everything that's out there. Call me a simpleton. Besides contemplating the actual existence of life, as we know it, I've said it before, as far as we know, we are the only things out there that can actually see the things that are happening. Those planets, the dark energy, the pulsars, the attract, all this stuff that's out there, they don't have eyes and are cognizant enough to be able to see and observe everything else that's going on around them. We are the only ones reporting what's going on out there. The only ones we know of that know what a black hole is. Is there anything else in the universe that's out there that's intelligent that we meet and at that point then we'll know that we're not the only ones out there, so it doesn't matter. But is there something else that's out there that looks at why is all this stuff kind of getting gathered in one area and why is it all black? And come up with the same type of principles and physics that we have on how accurate the vast majority of it is. How is it one of the only motherfuckers out there? And now we're to a point where some random guy in Northeast Ohio is taking apart monitors that were used to see inside somebody's body so they can see a growing baby, a growing life form. And this shit was just tossed out. No, this one doesn't have a year on it. And some of this stuff is only a couple years old. Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy. So I like learning about in space, what's being observed, what's being seen. I mean, it's a medical, technology, transportation, your needs, your food, and housing, all that. That stuff's not going to go away, but it's going to get better. It's going to cost more, but it's going to get better. But to know what's above and beyond, you just... It's better to go on a travel with the book and to be able to open it up at any time to kind of give you an idea what's about to come up than it is to just go blind. Learn about what you can now. But it's just Beer or Rubin, that telescope, the images that thing's bringing back. Just unreal. So, I mean, if you just look at the W map or James Webb, I mean, there's so many satellites that are out there. And what they're combined, what they are all able to do to resolve the quality of stuff. All these little objects that are just still, they're still in our... I'm not going to get all like science and Oort cloud and all that, but you know, what Beer or Rubin can see is a lot more smaller object. And you compare the quality of the resolution of that to the resolution of Hubble. I mean, the sharper the image, the more accurate the instruments. That one's really light in comparison to all those other ones. Some of my thoughts on space. Maybe people were sticking around for the STP. Maybe I'll stick around and see if I don't know. Find a way out of a time machine or something. Yeah, it just goes as a gold. I mean, all these are either going to be high grade, level, tier, whatever, peripheral or better board. I think Laura Branigan might be the last CD. I don't think that's going on CD4. Oh no, it's going on that stupid STP song. See if I can get to it on time. Chicago. That one's the metal. Someone was quick on that. Wow. I mean, they say it pretty quick, but yeah. To write it the correct way at that. Yeah, this I believe the Chicago. It might be the greatest hit. I think it is. Is it loud enough for you to actually hear it without like really having to have to go too loud on your phone or your device? All right. I mean, this one is a little lower volume. Yeah, I love those. Some of those. I don't know what they're really called. Like ELO, Chicago. Like Yes. Yes had like 5 guys in it. They were more like instrument, like plenty of sounding instruments amongst the bunches of them, like an actual band. I'm trying to find my oh, why can't I find it? Put the blade open. So that is non-cuttable, offable. Nothing left on that. I mean, it's a gold board, right? But nothing I can clip off of it. And I was just gonna go like that. That's all the aluminum right here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So you just see how much Chicago had an impact, right? I listen to Chicago. Alan Parsons, Edgar Winter, Crimson. Oh, I have no idea if it's the original or not. I mean, I don't know it that much. Obviously, you do. I'll take your word for it. This might be. So I have some. This might be the 2 disc. A strange release. Like I think it's Sessions. No, it's the greatest hits. I want them like swinging on stuff. And I have a weird, like, I think it's like an early Chicago Japan print. It's only like $15. Something else to bring. I was walking in the street one day. And these are just Sony, like the Kevlar Sony speakers. Thrifted stuff. But it's playing on a Nakamichi. Nakamichi receiver too. If you want the sound to sound better, it's got to come from the thing that makes the sound sound. So if you're going to play sound, you might as well get a good receiver or a good amp, a good brand. And I found that one at I got that and a 5-disc dented CD player for like $180 at a thrift store I go to. And the speaker's almost at the ceiling. And I just flipped over to the other side of the hallway when I knew the other side of the hallway. I want to make other videos. When I'm back here, I bring it in the dining room area. We're in a really little apartment. Find some quad speakers sometime. I don't own a house, but I'll buy some quad speakers. Even some of those Onkyo driver ones. I mean, there's good speakers in all different types of ranges for different purposes, but then there's just good speakers. What I have. Oh, my darling, I hung upon your touch. Only nope, wrong song. Unchained Melody. My darling, I hung upon little slower paced. It's the greatest hits. It's the greatest hits for a reason. And then I do believe Laura Branigan is the last one. It would be Laura Branigan 2. I don't think I swapped that. But this CD just started. And when I have a bunch of scrap, this is not really a whole lot in comparison with other days, other scoopings of stuff I found before. I mean, I'd have to go multiple days in a row taking stuff apart. When all 5 CDs were done, I was done. And then I went about it the next day. But I only got 3 more of these to take apart. You're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. When you love somebody to the end of time. That song? Oh, wasn't that Chicago too? Nostalgia. So I'm reading this on a tablet if I get the name wrong, but you're the last one to comment, so I'm going to reply. So these are monitors that will go on a ultrasound machine. There are different types of ultrasound machines. There's an ultrasound machine company. Right around the corner from here, that they gave me the go to go in their dumpster when they have stuff that they toss in there. I mean, they do their own recycling as well. I'm like, all right. So they're always throwing away stuff like this and CRTs and like gear and $100 this, $300 that. It's like, it's just stuff that I eat away. But I ended up with 11 more yesterday after I dropped my wife and daughter off. So right down the road at the Civic Center so they can see the fireworks. Now I did my little route where I go and there's plumbers and there's like door installers and other little miscellaneous things and a generator installer. So when I go on a little scrap run, it takes me a couple hours and I can come back with an entire fuse cabinets, circuit breaker cabinets. I can come back with cabinets. I got 40 circuit breakers in it and 20 flat screens and another little mix and match of brass and this and that, doodads and stuff. And then, I only go scrap for a couple hours and I come back and I got all kinds of just free shit. But these are underneath here. This is aluminum. This backing is a tin aluminum. This entire frame is aluminum. So there's going to be all the plastic and glass that's on this side right here, but all this is aluminum. This is glass. And then but this is aluminum. And this right here. So when I'm done, I take this gold board out. I cut it out right here at this band. Put on that stack. That stuff's like something a pound for these type of boards. Take that one out, and then this just goes in aluminum for 50 cents a pound. So, to answer your question directly, I am mostly micro scrapping bad LCD monitors that came from some variation of an ultrasound machine. Saturday, on the 4th of July. That song? Yeah, see, close. So I always get every fucking lyric wrong. That's my calling card. So that's gonna be aluminum. I mean, that's also all aluminum. So there's like $1.50, $2 of aluminum to take those apart. I took apart some CRT monitors. Those things were 30 pounds a monitor, and each one was maybe 10 pounds of aluminum of the frame and everything that went for this CRT monitor. And then all the circuit boards, which were like, each one of those would have like 5 of these types of circuit boards inside this entire box cube enclosure. And circuit boards are even better. I even have some more right here still. Boom, boom, boom. You like boards like this. If you think about what a ultrasound machine looks like, so you're looking at this backwards. So here's the little dials, here's all that, the ball, the cursor ball, all the little contacts. So that's probably $10 scrap board value, just by its weight. You get ones like this. You know, so this thing here went to one type of a. It was a bigger flat screen. It was a wider flat screen, and this was inside of that thing. So it was like some sort of portable medical whole fucking computer thing, like a big ass laptop, but it wasn't a laptop. And I had the whole keyboard and stuff on it. Well, that's probably 4 pounds, and this is going to be a telecom board, so that's like almost $30. But for the most part, it's these common things right here. Yes, and I'm getting paid to do it. I paid myself in free time. If you can go through enough scrapping, well, scrapping in general, if you can go through enough volume of stuff, it definitely can pay off. There's Mike the Scavenger, and I watched Thub. I didn't watch it, I'm not going to go through the whole history of that, but I do watch Mike the Scavenger, Thub, and a couple others here and there. I mean, you can easily go out and go meander around for 3-4 hours and go get $100 of just stuff that you could just know which metals are which and separate them. You can go get $100 of stuff wherever you go. Micro scrapping is even more. Instead of just tossing out the entire microwave, you take out the magnetron. You take the copper out of that. It's not a whole lot, but it's better than getting 9-10 cents a pound. So, I got 3 more. So that is one bin, that bin right there. That bin, that's one bin. Almost all that is all gold stuff. And then there's a box, cardboard box. That's got all kinds of motherboards. And motherboards are like $18 a pound, whatever they are. And I find laptops when I go to yard sales and I'm talking to people like, hey, I also scrap. So if you have any metal scrap, anything that's metal that you just don't want to deal with anymore, I will take it for free. It could be pots and pans, it could be whatever. Use your imagination. I force people to think about stuff. You're like, oh yeah. And then I end up with like 15 pounds of various metals and stuff, usually like aluminum and stuff, and steel. It's free. And then I emphasize on, like, my main thing is e-waste. So it could be a VCR or DVD player and an old laptop. I'll take the hard drive out right here for you. I mean, it doesn't matter. Whatever you have that's old and e-waste, that'll fit in a Ford Fiesta. And I end up with free stuff that way. And I started scrapping this year. I mean, it's not crazy. It's part-time. I mean, not even part-time. It's more like hobby. I know I can go right around the corner and go hit 20 to 30 dumpsters within a handful of hours unless something is completely packed, and it's going to take quite a bit of time. You'd have to go back to like one of the videos I did of like this newbie scrapper, and that dumpster was filled twice. And then eventually I talked to guys who I needed to talk to. They're like, yeah, from time to time we'll try to keep it a little. And they're like, yeah, basically it's we don't care if we go in the dumpster, just make it clean. All right, whatever. So I can go in that one. But that's about when I think the first video was my second time at that dumpster. So I've been dumpster diving in the span from when I made that second video. No. I am audio, home entertainment, stuff like that, home equipment. I am privy to a lot of the better brands. Electronics in general, no. So when I was much younger, where I lived at, there was a small electronics shop. It was a couple businesses from the library. I used to go down and I'd go to the library and this is early 90s. So where's the internet back then? The internet's still at the library, man. Want to go hang out and go to a library where I can go spend money and go down to a pizzeria that have video games and pool and foosball, you know, the arcades. But anyhow, so then I was going to this electronics shop, but my dad was also privy in electronics. He had some Harman Kardon stuff, some Bose stuff back in the 60s and 70s. And then I go in, I just started talking to the electronics guy, and they just started talking, and I was 17, 18, 16. And I started talking to them, and then they let me kind of start doing basic, like crossover builds. So my only like expertise in any sort of electronics is building crossovers. And then a couple of years later, I went back there, and I continued to do that, except for where I mainly was cabinet finishing. So it would be, you know, getting a cabinet made out of oak or MDF or HDF, or whichever, knowing the size, knowing the speakers, what was coming in, feel small parameters of the speaker and the different octave ranges for the crossover, what it's going to need because the speakers that are there. I was doing the cabinet finishing. I mean, I still did a little bit of speaker stuff, but that was about it. That was 30 years ago. But I became privy enough to where I'm not going to repair any of my own stuff. I mean, I don't like to have that, the Nakamichi amp. I have a Nakamichi receiving team amp that's playing all this. I like to have that service and refreshed. But if I'm going to do that, why won't I just buy a different, better, cooler amp? Start with a better type of system. I'm not married to that receiver. I bought that at a thrift store. It means nothing to me besides the plays sound better than a lot of other stuff. So pardon, sometimes I can be verbose. I will tangent off. But to answer your question, no. I did. And of all the things that are out there, mainly like our senses, or touch, sense of smell, what can we do to make our sense of smell better? Nothing, really, right? You can make different smells and different stinks. That's about it. That's all your nose is good for. Different smells and different stinks. Your hands really can't. You can lose sensation in your fingers and stuff, and your limbs and your extremities. But as for all the senses that are out there, you have the sense of sight, so you can see. So there's a lot of things that make it to where what you're looking at is a lot better image than what it was. The sound is the other next best thing. So to me, if you just want to listen to stuff while you're working out, headphones will do. If you want to appreciate the sounds of different things, that there are a lot of the albums and stuff, or CDs, right? But when I'm in the other room and I'm working and there's a speaker to the left of me, and there's one back on the windowsill, they're just kind of set up in the channel, the 2-channel or the 4-channel. But things like this would pick up on the multi-channels, like a quadraphonic works. And that's a good sound. Then you can hear little things a lot better. Nakanichi. Yes, exactly, on the Nakamichi. So if you want, there's a YouTube page called Famous Brands History. And a lot of stuff I've learned more of recent about some of these brands, and some of them make sense, and I watch the ones that I'm familiar with, like Telefunken. He went over all like why Sony and Ayla. It goes over all different types of stuff. What happened to Kenwood, and why Nakamichi was the best, and Macintosh, and this and that. Famous Brands History. But the Nakamichi 2 was like a 2000, like an early 2000s receiver amp. It could have better features for sure. This one's also from 2019. It could have better features for sure. But for my options that were out there, there's a Sony and a Kenwood at this store. So it's either I pick a Sony amp, which is good enough, which would have been quite a bit cheaper. But I was like, dude, if I'm going to spend $100, I might just spend a little more and get. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of brands from the 2000s and earlier that really outdid Macintosh and Nakamichi. Telefunken was a whole different type of feel. But for the mass market, I mean, I told my wife many years ago, I was like, yeah, when that's, and I get Nakamichi at this, I start needing to build a stereo system. And I told my wife years ago, because I had found like their little racks, their small rack system, like the bookshelf system, like it was a CB1 or something. I don't remember much about it because it was 20 plus years ago when I got it and sold it. But it was like $300, $400 for the CB1. It had, I don't think it had the EQ. I don't remember really, but it was a compact bookshelf system. Individual. Got it at a thrift store. But, I told my wife about Nakamichi then, and yeah, it's one of those brands. Like Marantz. Marantz had a very strong ground. And I had Marantz 4270. I got from that place that I built the crossovers from. The crossover desk. Got it from them. For time served. They're like, no, we're not going to do anything with it. And this is 99 maybe? No, could have been 98 maybe? Yeah, because I was at my dad's house when I was packing it up. And my dad's like, yeah, that's a heck of a dinosaur. Now, even Techniques. I mean, HK and Techniques would be your mass market level line, but Techniques, both of them, both made a higher end. It's like people hear Sony, it's like, well, look at the Sony ES series. Like, oh shit. Yeah, I mean, everybody, they all try to make something ideal in their line to meet everybody's pocket. People think Techniques, some of it was really, really good stuff. I mean, it could have been in that time frame when they were still making that Japan. I don't know if Harman Kardon or Techniques ever did Japan, but it's that time frame. But if you hear the word like Yorks and sound design, that's kind of stuff you're like, oh no. No, you can keep that stuff at home. I don't want it. Well, all kinds of brands. My dad had an HK, had a Harman Kardon wood cabinet. And I want to say it's an Akio belt drive. I don't remember the cassette player. So if you go into my channel, you go into my posts, probably go a handful of posts back. I post maybe like once a week or something. You can see the stuff that I have. Matter of fact, there's a Marantz right in front of me on top of the strange. There was a Marantz and the Technics tuner. Stuff that I found in the trash. I haven't sold my other audio equipment that I have listed yet to where I would have room to put them, so it just stayed on the dryer. But the Nakamichi, or I'm not Nakamichi, Marantz, it's got like a 5-band EQ. It's a whole amp tuner mix, a whole integrated. And then a Technics amp. It's only like $30. Some stuff I bought that's listed. Some stuff is found in the trash. Got some Mach 1 tweeter controls I got from a dumpster. The whole speakers were there. The woofers are shot. I just got the crossovers out. That's all I could get out. Trying to get everything else out. But these crossover control panels, or the tweeter control panels, they're like 200. Somebody's going to want them. Somebody has one. They're broke, but all the dials and all the wires and everything's there. And then when we, when money's right, and I find, well, I don't want to say money's right, but if I'm at another thrift store and I find so I actually have a Onkyo Integra cassette deck. If it was working, it'd be like $300-400. But it needs some repair done. I was like, well, I can go take it someplace and get it repaired and try to sell it for that. Or I get it so I can use it. I was like, why would I spend that money when I just find something that's already fucking repaired that's better than the one that I found at the thrift store? The never-ending cycle. Would I use what I have now? My cassette player is a Yamaha 222, a dual cassette. The one side, the side A, does play back weird on some cassettes. And I just have that just so I can test cassettes. So one deck works. I can't test two cassettes at the same time on one player. So deck B plays fine. And I just plug that in to test the cassettes. And the Laura Branigan cassette, Self-Control, was tested on that, and I listed it, and I sold it, and it sold on July 3rd, which is also Laura Branigan's birthday. And I went into a whole little Laura Branigan thing yesterday, and yesterday's What Sold video, and I made a whole little short about Laura Branigan. I like her. So after this, Chicago, it's Laura Branigan. I got some of her CDs, but it's just kind of strange that somebody bought that cassette. And I even messaged the guy on eBay. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. I just wanted it to listen to it the way on how it was in the night, in the 80s. When it wasn't on cassette. Or when it wasn't on CD. I'm like, all right. I was like, well, because of your order, that stemmed into this little serendipitous homage to Laura Branigan the day after her birthday. I just found it interesting. Serendipitous. Altec Lansing. I know more Altec for computer stuff than home audio. AWA. Yeah, AWA. Yeah, they were another name that had their own type of little engineering and design with Sony, but AWA was its own thing. So they basically made the same stuff. AWA made it just a little different. And still under the Sony Corporation. Famous Brains history. Assuming everything that they put on these videos is 100% correct. Another song that I really love, which I never heard before. I mean, it's probably been out since 1969 or so. I don't remember ever hearing it until I heard it sometime this year, sometime last year maybe, by Shocking Blue. The same ones who sang, I'm your Venus, I'm your desire and joy. Them. But they sang a song called Damon Lover, or Demon Lover. Oof. The presentation, the sound, Mariska Diraz's voice, the expression, the infliction of that song. That is if it gets you in the feels and if you understand where she's coming from, then Damon Lover. And very, very strangely enough, and I'll say it now, so maybe I remember it when I plan on stopping by my dad's. I haven't seen him in like 10 years. When I go down to Boardsword, because Boardsword, my dad lives like a mile from Boardsword. So I haven't seen him in a long time. But my stepsister has a lot of resemblance to Mariska Diaz. Then, a lot. Which is weird. I mean, my dad probably knew that, throughout all the years because that's his generation of music at the time, but I'm not building anything. Taking it apart. So, GRA graph, it looks like maybe. I'm trying to read the chat on this 10-year-old tablet. I am taking apart essentially what were. This would be a monitor that would be for an ultrasound machine of any type of variation. And I go, or however, we'll go with this. For some sort of ultrasound machine of some, what I said. There's an ultrasound repair place right around the corner from me. That they're like, yeah, man, get whatever you want. If it's in there, we don't want it. So every once in a while, I'll stop, not every once in a while, like at least once a week. So I pulled 12 of these out, and you'd have to go to like an hour 37 in this stream. It takes like 5-6 minutes for me to tear one of these apart, and it's like $4 in scrap. You do the math, right? So it's free stuff, and they're ultrasound monitors. Pretty good business to be in. Being that half the population's been in pregnant, just by sheer numbers, sheer average. So I scrap as a side thing, just as a hobby thing. I sell CDs, DVDs, and books and stuff on eBay. 6-figure seller. You look at me like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's not difficult to sell books and CDs and DVDs. It's more difficult to keep bills paid, but 6-figure seller, 100K plus, mostly books and CDs. And winter came around. Well, winter already had been at that point. And I had some stuff, and I got into it, and then when it got a little nicer, for like, I don't know, a month, maybe all I did is went to the dumpsters here, and then across the street, there's only a couple. At a place that there's a roofer and a couple contractors. Then I expanded my route to not even 3 miles round trip. A lot of times I can come back with 20, 30, 40 breakers, chunks of copper, big rolls of, not like massive rolls, but bits and pieces and scraps and stuff, and these monitors. I mean, this after I get these boards out, this just all goes in as aluminum, because that's all aluminum frame. Medical equipment. And these right here are going to go as these boards, which are like 5 something a pound. Cut that off of that. Take that out. $1 a pound for the wire. Get that little speaker, that steel on the wire, so I get a little bit, and then there's that. And, oh yeah, take this out. And ribbon wire, like $1.60 a pound. There, and that's processed. 5, 6, 7 minutes. $4. The business, the repair, the ultrasound repair place isn't going to. Oh wow! Well, I'll let you know, Graph. Now that I can see that, Graph something icebergs. You are officially the first person to donate anything like that, so that's awesome. I mean, I double appreciate it. Let's see what was it? Yeah, come by. There's no structure on when I go live or stuff, but usually on the weekend is when I'm going, at least on the weekend. If I don't have like old business stuff or wants to really go live, I may spend like 30 minutes taking stuff apart. But if I got enough to have to, I will, but it's at least once a week for scrapping wise. But thanks. Now I need it's just rain too, but it's nice to have the door open up here in Northeast Ohio. If you're into music, I mean, I sell physical media. Find something in my store. Make sure you reference this. But I have best offers on and stuff. Just been jamming the music. It's my life. As Bon Jovi says, it's my life. I can't scream like that. I can't scream like any good singer. That's for damn sure. Unfortunately, I appreciate that, Graph, but YouTube's going to eat that up. But I don't get 100 a month of anything. But it's definitely the thought. Maybe that's why I started sweating. It's not because it's humid in here. It's because I feel super over. I mean, it's a static feeling. I guess when you get used to it, it's not that ecstatic. For people who get donations all the time, but you're the first one. So I've got one more. Then I'll weigh up these boards and I'll weigh up the totality of the aluminum, which I'll have to get my others. I can probably just use the body scale. And just get an idea on what it was for the boards and the aluminum over the 3 hours. Yeah, I'll say it's a little over 3 hours to take it all apart and see what it ended up being. And that's what the guy James at Scrap It All, that's what he did. So these are gold connector ends. So these are like $3.25 a pound. These old things like that. Or I would just do the cord, which is $1 a pound. So I'll cut that off because it's in my way anyhow. All this little stuff. And a lot of times, I mean, I've had jams where I had there was nothing, or just lives, or nothing but Pink Floyd, or variations, incarnations, tributes. Or Pink Floyd, a good band, or I played stuff that was heavier, like some Tool and Marilyn Manson, some Anti-Flag. There could have been 5 Seconds of Summer, and Julianne Theory, and I mean, if there's been any variation of CDs, I'll pop 5 in there. When 5 are done, I'm done. But yes, I am keeping stuff out of landfill and making money doing it. And if I can calculate that taking these apart can be essentially $30 an hour, why not? And if you got paid, if an aluminum can is basically a penny recycled, roughly, less than aluminum can. But if it took you 5 seconds to pick up, it's not really a whole lot. To pick up the can, 10 seconds. 30 seconds to pick up the can. It's not a whole lot. But if aluminum cans and the other aluminum are all within your hand's reach, sometimes when I look at the dumpster, that's all it is one aluminum can. I'm going to get paid for my time going to that dumpster. I'm not going to jump in a dumpster just to get 3 aluminum cans. But I'm 6'4", so I can reach pretty deep into, and then where I can, my abs right here have been feeling it. They feel it when I do that quite a bit. I'll do anything but actually get my jump in the slosh. I very rarely actually jump into a dumpster. Long arms. Yeah, it's free money. And it's strange because I just got tires and brakes done on my Ford Fiesta, right? I'm like, yeah, man, that can't be that bad. It actually wasn't. $800 total for the tires. I ordered, had them installed, balanced and all that. New rotors, new pads, oil change. Did something to the exhaust part of my hanger and cut the catalytic converter heat shield off. So like $800 for all that. Well, I also sold $800 of scrap. I didn't want to do. I mean, the tires are going to need to be done by this year anyhow. I don't want to do them any sooner than winter, but it happened. And wouldn't want to put pads on with the rotors that were on it because that would be the third set of pads. And the stopping power would be a lot less reactive, especially in the winter. Hence the reason why I wanted to get new tires. So I got new pads and rotors. Tires are your best friend. Most important thing on the vehicle. It's you is actually the most important thing, but as for equipment, it's the tires. Now we're back to some Branigan. If you like Laura Branigan, I gave her a little homage the other day. Oh my goodness, you're on it. Wow. Whoever that is. Nostalgia Soul? I'm reading it wrong, sorry, but yeah. So if you're new here, then you can see that you're like, oh, that's what secondhand MediaMan does. He makes homages to singers and stuff. No, that's the only one I've done in 2 years of this YouTube, a year and a half of this YouTube. Because I just thought it to be absolutely fitting. And then when I heard Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow in the video that I made yesterday, when I heard on how acoustically that was, I'm like, oh, hold on a minute. Now I know why. And then I said what I said during that video, right? And it's just... So my dad replied to my short about Laura Branigan. And it's like, hey, yeah, I used to listen to this when we lived in Akron. So this would have been in the 80s and 90s. So I'm born 78, so you can do the math. It's like, yeah, I was 10, 12, 15 years old, listening, jamming to Laura Branigan. Bobby's favorite, Bobby being my stepmom. If it's her favorite, listen to it all the time. Makes sense why there was this weird, I don't know, connection, some weird subliminal type subconscious. Like when I heard those high voices, like, why do I know it? And then I made that short, and my dad pops in and be like, oh, this is probably why. Because he listened to it a lot. Because his wife, my stepmom, her favorite. When I say in that video, I was like, so it's weird. Manifesting things is what my wife calls it. Yeah. Yeah, you better be standing by the record button. If you wanted to make a song or make a cassette, a mixtape, that's one of those weird misnomer things, mixtape, but people are handing out CDs, right? This is one of those things that it is what it is, we know what it is, but it's not what it is because you're handing out a CD, it's not a tape. It's like people say, oh, you filming? And you got a digital camera on you. It's like, no, I'm not filming. It's just one of those things that just, we know what it is. Everybody who didn't know what it was knew what filming is, and then you have digital cameras like, that's not. So it's just one of those weird things. But anyhow, yeah, that generation, you better be ready. If you wanna make your girlfriend, I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I want to feel the right? You had to wait until you knew that one note. I'm on it. And then if you didn't get ADD and start playing your Nintendo and forget to stop recording, you're like, oh man, then you got to record what you did record over another tape. So you can edit out that part that you don't want, so you can take that recording, put it on a different tape, so you can actually get it to stop at the point that you want. Yep. Now, if you want to listen to more Branigan, all you gotta do is just stop in some dude's random live stream while he's taking shit apart. There you go. Hey, honey, I want you to listen to the song. Don't mind the noise in the background. Yeah, I'm the youngest of four. My parents are in the mid-70s. So I listened to 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And I sell physical media program, right? So I'm constantly rotating these things. There's bands that I didn't know that are, primarily in the 70s and the 80s, and I had no idea. And I get a CD or something. And so a good example is Steve Hillage. I had no idea who Steve Hillage was. So when I'm scanning or I'm looking CDs up, and I see it like at the $30 CD, it's like, why is it going to be $30? There's multiple reasons, but they're going to tell me it's not that commonplace. And other things, so then I'll bring it home and like, why is this $30? No, then I will at least put it on YouTube to see if I like it, and I'll listen to the Too Far, How to Hear, whatever it is. The one Steve Hillage CD I had. Listen to that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like Steve Hillage. That's a really interesting album. Kamikaze Eyes. And I would have never known. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I got to get a little system so I can pimp out these pimpin' sounds. Here we are now. Kevin Raleigh I mentioned the other day. Another CD that's on here is a 2000s kind of emo. It's really not. It's called the Juliana Theory. The amount that I'm actually going to get out of any of that, I'm just going to irritate myself. I'm impatient with all that. so I can make an extra penny. If it was a big old solid chunk of copper, a different story. So in here, like I said, some of those motherboards and some of these monitors that I have acquired from there. This was one. This is some, a single drive, and you can see like all these ports facing this way. It wouldn't be a regular laptop with all these ports. I was on the back of some monitor, inside of a monitor. Same thing with this. Maybe that was laptop. And some actual like laptop ones. But these are worth more per pound than the copper is. Keep the copper on there. That's a gold finger card. Those I don't know. I think they're $14 a pound, $18 a pound. Old graphics card. I think that was a 480. It was a gigabyte. Another gold finger card. Stuff to find in the dumpster. I mean, what am I going to get if I end up with $2,000 cash out from the boards? I mean, there's 1,000 in just the medium quality or the higher peripheral boards. At least 1,000 in that. This box is probably $200. And then RAM and Wi-Fi and IC chips. Yeah, I haven't listened to this whole, this Branigan 2. I have not listened to all of it yet, since I got it like a week ago. So I don't even know if I like it all. Of course. I like her voice. MTV and VH1. Yeah, I remember when pop-up video was all the rage. It was informative. Pop-up video. Sorry, I mean, I definitely... Oh, yeah, I wanted to weigh these up. So, and I have board sort bookmarked, so I can find the exact. I don't think I put any other boards anywhere else I got today. Here. So I'm going to read accurately, but it's all cured to one side. This is that it? 2 pounds. Well, I'll say 2 pounds 8 ounce, and that is going to translate to I can retire. I thought I brought the other phone here. No. Bookmarks. E-waste. These are $5.25 a pound. So $10, $15. When you go with a couple hundred pounds, that's $5 a pound, it's 1,000 pounds, or $1,000 bucks, all right? Or all this stuff could end up in a landfill, where the gold would be eventually recovered. Eventually, once a freaking alien civilization decides to come here and try to get every little bit of pocket change and scrap that's on this planet. Like, oh, I know where there's a bunch of gold at, some alien says. Where? It's where they used to bury all their trash. They used to throw all that shit away like it's nothing. Oh, really? Those stupid fucking humans. Yep, that's why they're not here anymore. See? That's why you recycle, so we don't get freaking invaded by aliens. Recycle. There's no way I'm gonna weigh all this up. And then I will process. Shit, I don't want to do that with all those boards. I want to process those down. Damn it. So this is all aluminum weight. That's 30 pounds at least of aluminum weight, $20. Might be 40. If it's 40 pounds, that's $20. Assuming that's assuming it's 40 pounds. That's got to be more than 40 pounds, though. Even at that, it's not going to be up. So, yeah, how did I come up with that $30 an hour? Something's wrong. But I did the math and I weighed it up, and that's how it turns out. Aluminum, each of those monitors are roughly $3 or 3 pounds in aluminum, $1.50 in that. Each of those boards was like $1. It was $2.50. And then the plastic and the gold ends and the wire, that's pretty much $3. Took 5 minutes to take one apart. I almost abandoned my. Go back here. Plastic cases and MTV. All right. So I did not want to toss all those in there. Get to getting super confused, and they're not difficult to go through because they're going to be ones that are going to have ICs on them. Hey, dude, chill. So, like this whole thing right here. So that's a telecom board, right? That's like $9 a pound. If anything, and then it's just a high-end peripheral. That's a chunky one with a lot of stuff on it. It's taking electronics apart. Yeah, I think that was it. So most of these, they're just going to have these bigger ICs on them. That's the only thing I'm really after. And it's not going to be, I'm not going to get rich off of them, cutting out these ICs. Because that is just way too small. That one is, has a more of a relief to it, like it's raised. Then when I'm done cutting these ones up, I'm done with the streaming wise. See, I can't even like. Oh, there we go. So that's the brass that I got. Yeah, it just goes in with the brass. Brassaroni. And then I can get these and see if these tantalums are. This one maybe not. No, I can. They're showing me way off. I gotta know that I'm at my own right time with what I'm doing. Yeah, you too. Nostalgia looks like. When I'm done with these, I'm done with the chat. Or done with the stream. When I'm done with these, done with the stream. I mean, I'll pick up a little. So that's about it. Put the tools back, the bins and containers away, and my Sunday, I will just do some self-similars of items. I believe the children are the future. Wrong song. How can I blame you when I built my world around? I could. Yeah, I can tell just how this blade is done. I can at least do the ones that I can do. But thank you whoever stopped in, especially for Grants, looks like, for the donation. For my first ever donation through chat, through stream, or whichever it is. I usually don't get an excited amount of visitors. Usually I'll just start this, and I'll start doing this, and somebody will pop in and ask, hey, what are you taking apart? What are you doing? Reply, and then I'll have like 2 people for 3 hours. This is one that I'm going to have to do later. It's going to quickly narrow these down, man. Did I just cut that the ones off that? No. So my main gig is selling books and CDs and disc media on eBay. You can look at some of my posts or some of the other things, and I don't work a lot of hours, 25, 30 hours a week for 100K in sales. I just posted a couple of days ago. Need to pick the pace up and start getting out and about because I want to have 100,000 more in sales this year. I can if I can. I mean, I probably can, but I gotta get to the yard so I can sell a lot of that junk. Not junk, it's money. That's tomorrow. I think I have something else Tuesday I have to do. That's not one of those anyhow. Then I'm going to start headed back out. And then next Monday or Tuesday, I go down to board sort and sell the boards to make a couple grand. Come back and pretty much do that to the dentist. It's free money to pay for my dental work. Need to be done, paid off sooner, so we can worry about then really looking for a different place to live, place to move, to accommodate all this extra fun stuff. I'm finding that one anyhow. I mean, it's really not worth it to cut those down. I'm just sitting here just doing this, yapping to the board, but yapping to the camera. Usually I won't even bother. I would just cut that and just keep going. That's a good one. That one, those are the ones like I usually cut off. Anything looks smaller than that. Like these little ones right here. No, those are too small anyway. Because these you can just push. There we go. Pop that up. Why does it sound like the theme song when Bastion is riding Falcor through the city, chasing the bullies from the never-ending story? Kind of has that beat. Those 80s, man. So I'm glad I was the youngest of four growing up in the 80s. There was all kinds of really... I saw something about Stephen Dorff the other day. That's what's making me... the 80s and the movie The Gate and Stephen Dorff, right? I'm speaking about the 80s. Every kid wanted that rocket that he had that he launched into the monster's mouth, base, whatever it was. Every kid wanted that rocket, man. Product placement of capitalism. Nothing on these, so that saves me time for any of those I need to get. That should always take me straight. Oh, there it is. Well, at least it's live now. Yeah, I'm not going to end up with a whole lot of these. I see out of all this, But whatever it is, $14 a pound for these, or $5 a pound for the board. This is the kind of extra tedious work that I did not add in, and all the more this is going to do is add maybe an extra couple of bucks. But it all adds up. And it's free time. Sunday, I got up, started doing this around 10. So I got everything I got yesterday, besides those crock pots, which I could just... I don't have to go to the yard. Just sometime this coming week, I gotta get what I got going up there. I probably could, right? We're gonna miss all those other ones. So that one, gonna do another rotator day. That one. If it wasn't for this extra slicing for these ICs, these cannons, you just grab and twist. I mean, there's other ways how to take those ICs out with like a little chisel method. Well, I'm not going to squabble over 1/16 of a penny. Yeah, if that was a sharp blade, it would just slice that on the very first swoop. No, not gonna fight for it. It's a different board. See, those ones are a tad too small, but yeah, because I mean they could barely cut through that, and that was wee little. Pretty gold board, right? So on this one, nothing. But that will go in a different bin, different little container. Just because it's extra special, I want to segregate it. The blue ones are segregated too. The one I'm intermingling. So what I did today is, for the most part, everything that I've been doing is stuff that I got yesterday. Not, I mean, including the stuff that's right here. This Golf Voice Pro or whatever, Golf Buddy Voice. It's like 40, 50 bucks. I got to plug it in and see if it works. If it works, awesome. If not, then it's just $1 and scrap. This is a wall peanut trimmer. And they're like 25, 30 bucks. That's enough for me to, sell this. It's probably 8 ounces, right? So it'd be like $5, $6 a ship. Battery pack. That's the stuff that's at least sellable. Everything else is scrap. So for couple hours it took me to go through the dumpsters and get the stuff on my way back. I mean, no sell right there, and if those cufflinks on that set is worth anything, and then all the other scrap, it's $100 unknown about the cufflinks things. It's still $100 in stuff that I'm at it for, could easily be processed and sorted down within 3 hours. If I wasn't talking and all that, just concentrating on this would have been done a while ago. But I went live streaming for a reason, and I got $2 for it too. So $100 for, I mean, 6 hours maybe? Maybe 5. If you're organized and have the right tools and have the right structure and all that, you can process all that down much quicker. This one looks different. The free stuff. All right, so 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 tantalum. Tantalum. I'm gonna get that one. Those ones are too small to worry about. Those ICs, I'm not gonna worry about all that. I'm gonna get that one, I guess. Nothing on that. Those ones are those. My identical ones. Yeah, basically when this CD's done, I mean, it'll be quiet in here and I'll still be doing a few things when I'm done. And then all that stuff is done. So it's almost 4 hours. If I would have actually finished all that up, this would have been 6 hours. I take that time out for putzing around and walking around and stuff. Yeah, this could be done in 4 hours. For easily 100 and, yeah, easily $100. But this stuff like this takes forever. Not really forever. But I mean, it's these little ones, maybe not so much worth it. But in comparison to smaller ICs, they're big enough to clip off. I think that was it for Branigan. My fixation with Branigan's probably over. I just thought it was kind of weird on how how I used to listen to Branigan quite a bit, according to my dad. It would have been when I was over at his place growing up. And then I just ended up having a recollective type intrigue when I reheard her in a playlist on YouTube like 4 or 5 years ago. When I pretty much just sold media, well, I did. I mean, when I started selling then, and it was strange that that cassette sold on the same day on her birthday. And I was like, hey, I got that in my CD player right now. Except for the CD wise, right? That's just kind of weird how all that played out. Yeah, this blade is just sharp enough to just push on those wires just to break it. It's not cutting through it. It's just like breaking it. The blade is done. But I needed to get the, well, I have other blades. I'm going to keep the more expensive per pound stuff. Maybe some of the chips in the RAM. Like keep these computer chips right here. These gold BGA chips. These actually, preferably these ones. Like laptop ones. Keep these ones for just longer, maybe sell the BGA ones. But that's all gold, and that stuff's just going to go up, and those aren't going to take a lot of room. And just eventually, you're going to have, when it's absolutely time to be like, you know what, I'm done, and you got 726 pounds of processors that you can recover 20%, whatever the amount of gold is out of them. You can do it that way, or you can sell it straight up as a processors. Yeah, that's just one. It's a solid asset, is all it is. All this stuff is all the chaff, all the scraps you got to go through in order to acquire some of the better stuff. There's some other circuit board scrapping, primarily circuit board based scrapping channel. I forget what it is. And he loads up like a 26, 28-foot van with huge, maybe 3 feet, at least 3 feet tall, 3 feet cube, if not a little taller, bins, just filled with different boards, and just takes them and sells them. Tens of thousands, well, I wouldn't say tens, but maybe tens of thousands of pounds at a time. That's how you get paid. But I'll bet you somewhere he has thousands and thousands of processors and RAM and all that other good stuff. Just like, nope, this is what I'm going to retire on. That's it. And the silver, I like all the silver legs and contacts from all the switches and breakers. The smaller ones, I'm not too pressed about those. I do have to break open those breakers, though, because my breaker bucket is busting open. Booyah. Well, I don't need to do that because I'm not doing copper or the contacts anytime soon. But I also don't like having a big pile just add up. Put these in the box, move some stuff around. And that is going to quill this endeavor. Other things over here is just more stuff that I have to like break down. I got to crack this open with a hammer. This is a 200 amp breaker, throw breaker. Right, so these things right here, that's silver, right? And these are silver contacts on there, and they're anywhere from like 30 to 80% silver. And then aluminum, and these are likely going to be copper. These main arms right here, these ones right here. No, brass. I gotta take that stuff apart, right? And all that, yeah. Just that little copper lug in with the copper. So those I gotta switch the blade. I have little bits and pieces. Let's switch the blade so I can get those ICs out of that. Then eventually I'll get those gold chips out. No, because I use that to scoop food. So that stays in there like that. Back there like that. With my little, that's usually what I take, and then my pliers and these, my better snips, which I left in the truck. They'll stay there, down there. Those stay out. That's an iFixit kit. Probably 5-6 years ago. Doing some different computer turnaround builds and stuff, and it's just good to have a good quality, smaller set like that. Then a cord. Y'all know what kind of cufflinks? Well, I mean, it reads Calvin. Imported stone. If they're worth something, they're worth something. If not, we'll see. I'm in a charger, a brick. At least it did that. Some other stuff. All right. Music's done. That's cleaned up. Got the job I needed done. Thanks for who's ever still here for the $2. And I go live for taking stuff apart frequently enough, but at least once a week, primarily when I have a bigger bin of stuff. Then I just play music and do this. And I also sell stuff on eBay and I make videos about that too. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks.